Good morning. Hello everyone, welcome to a new week. A hopefully productive week of Hardcore World of Warcraft. Say hopefully productive because you never know. We could end up as a ghost. Speaking of that ghost, Garland's video will be out tonight. I did manage to edit it over the weekend, so yeah, we'll have that out tonight. The YouTube people can finally see that I am a mortal gamer. I can die after all. But we're playing Grocket today. We're really close to 45. We only have to get to 45. We should be in for Alice as far as I remember. Also, for whatever reason, black bars on my OBS. I have to fix that. I was fucking around with OBS over the weekend because I was editing video and I wanted to do like a little bit of something. So it's a bit weird. My webcam was shifted over and everything. And hello Kelly, how you doing?
Feel free to browse.
But that should be better. There shouldn't be black bars now, hopefully. Let me just check on my... Looks okay. Yeah, it looks good. So the current plan is to get these 4 bars of Arrested experience now. There's only 23,000 experience to get. We're just going to grind some snake people because I'd like to get some black pearls, I believe it is. Let me just make sure on my spreadsheet. Yeah, so we need 2 black pearls for Francie. They're kinda hard to get. Because it is RNG. But they should drop from the big mouth claims that these fish people drop in like a 4% chance. So... difficult one, but I have my hopes. I have my hopes and my dreams. I'd like to get 2 of those so we can actually do our weaponsmith quest. Start by making some water. Whether we do get 2 of those or not, or we just level, who knows? But hopefully. Hopefully 1 drop happens at least. Because being able to do weaponsmithing on Francie is going to be massive. It would allow us to actually make our sword for the rogue that I want to make. So I thought I'd just grind to 45 here. And then worry about everything that comes after. Because we'll probably be finished this character within like half an hour to an hour. We have a lot of time to spend on the hunter afterwards. We should be able to get to 40 on the hunter today probably. As long as I'm not stuck doing like leave a working for half the day. I mean, when we first logged into Grocket, we definitely did tailoring for 2 hours. But we did get to 234. Not quite as high as I wanted to get. Can't make the Dreamweave circlet yet, but Next time we play him, definitely. Alright. Let's get to it. No deaths this week. Let's go for that. Not that there was a death last week, but you know, a few Fridays ago. Bad day. I should have taken the sign when the light blew immediately that morning that it was probably going to be a bad day, you know? Alright, Grocket, let's get to work. Bring it home. I remember enough of my Mage keybinds to be alright, I think. And the big crits are definitely worth getting today because it's the end of Grocket's video is going to be grinding these, so if we get any big crits, we put them in the video. Even that Scorch for 300, that's pretty big. Oh, come on, I was hoping Black Pearl first time. There's a lot of grinds happening right now, actually. We've got to find the Black Pearls. I would like more Wild Vine. We've soon got the Furbolgs to farm for the red. And we have to do the Satyrs around level 50, so there's a lot of grinds happening. This is like the grindy part of the Hardcore Medley. Hey man, just keep walking away. He didn't want to come back. I also saw a video this morning. I just was eating breakfast and decided to watch a Preach video, and he was talking about Final Fantasy 14. Because apparently there's a lot of people not enjoying Final Fantasy 14 right now. There's a pretty big not exodus. It's not like when Shadowlands in WoW happened, you know, not everyone's leaving, but a lot of people are just playing other games, not playing Final Fantasy only, which is good. But anytime there's a content creator that's like, oh, I can't just play Final Fantasy, gotta play other video games, it's like scary for them, you know? So they talk about it. Why I'm glad I'm only a small content creator. Even though my WoW videos are pretty much the only things people watch on my YouTube channel, because I did the BG3 playthrough and no one really watched it. So, you know, there were a few people, but it's not like getting hundreds of views. So even for me, it's like, would I even be able to make content of other games? I'm not sure. So I get that completely. But let's just say Final Fantasy 14 has some features that definitely feel old and need to be retired, you know, like they need to be taken out back. But World of Warcraft had that issue as well, so it's nothing new to MMOs. Willow Distress Beacon. Wonder how hard that quest would be on the Mage. That's pretty tough. I don't think we found the Distress Beacon in the hinterlands on this character. But WoW players always said that, you know, the Blizzard devs were feeling complacent because they had the best game forever, and then Final Fantasy come along and like knocked it off its perch and made them actually do something. So hopefully it works the other way. Because WoW's in a pretty good spot now. You know, it's getting content a lot. There's a lot of content coming. So hopefully it can work the other way and Final Fantasy can get better because of it. That'd be pretty good. Just MMOs, you know, when they climb to the top, they get comfortable. But it's more for content creators because, like, if they're only playing one video game as their main game, and they don't really get viewership in other games, which makes sense, because some people just watch one game, right? And if you're known for that one game, it's hard to get anywhere else. But you gotta think, like, that's their rent money, you know? That's their bills. So it's, when a drop-off happens, it's hard not to fret about it. That's why I don't think I could ever do content creation as, like, a main job. Because it's so... It'd be so scary whenever there's, like, a wave. Even if I had 1,000 viewers, I'd be like, you know? As cool as it would be just to play video games forever and, you know, just make money doing that. Eventually, there'd come a time where Twitch is like, I don't want to exist anymore. They have tried to kill their platform a few times, Twitch, by making outrageous comments or something. But yeah, just thought I'd bring that up because I watched the video. I've said many a time that there's a lot of things Final Fantasy does badly and there's a lot of things that it does great. I don't think the MSQ is good or bad. Like, it's neutral for me because, one, amazing story at times. Two, if you start from the beginning, you got to play 300 hours before you get to hang out with your friends. Like, it's kind of rough. Needs to be streamlined, I feel, to make it viable for new people to actually get into the video game. I think I might have been able to convince a few more friends to play if they didn't have to do a Realm Reborn to End Walker. Back when I had my, like, friends come over and do some Savage raiding. Because that's why I didn't do the first tier of Endwalker for like 6 months. Because I was waiting for them to finish the frickin' game. Like, I'm gonna play with my friends. It might take a while, but I'm gonna play with my friends. See, WoW has the opposite issue. You go through the story too fast, and you don't even care about any of the expansions. Start leveling in WoW retail and you level camp within like 2 days. Nice. Roasted. The streams recently have had a lot of 14 discussion though. Because there are some people that have found my stream that were 14 players. It's like, now they're playing WoW or something, you know? Like I've had a few new people trying out WoW Classic recently and they're like, I was playing Final Fantasy 14, but I wanted to do something different. Like, okay. That's interesting. Because I went the opposite way, right? I was a big WoW player and then I eventually, because World of Warcraft got a bit stale, tried Final Fantasy 14 after many years of knowing about it but never trying it. So now when I get people coming here from the other direction, it's like, oh, that's cool. I feel like more recently, a lot more people are able to like many different games. There's still those that will only like one video game. There's people that only play classic World of Warcraft, and anytime you talk badly about it, they'll let you know that it's the greatest game ever. It has its moments. I still think it's a great game. It's not the greatest game ever though. Like, I like the leveling and the gearing journey. The 60 levels of doing things. It feels rewarding, the progression's good, but... yeah, let's be real, the raids suck ass, they're boring. Gearing, once you get past the 5-man content, is quite lame. Listed my counter spell. Ugh. PvP in general is actually cooked. So there's some problems that classic WoW has. But that's why hardcore is so good for me, because all I care about is going to level 60 and stopping anyway. Like, that's perfect for hardcore. Why I would love it if Blizzard did TBC hardcore. I don't think they will. We're gonna have to make our own, you know? Because TBC is more about actually doing max level content. The max level content is actually a little bit fun and challenging. Which is why, no matter what, even if Blizzard don't, the community are gonna do something for TBC. There's already been so much talk about it. I'll just join a community guild and probably run the add-on that tells you when people die, stuff like that. That'd be good enough. Just got to get through the medley first before we really think about that. Roasted. Do a pyroblast and hope it crits for 900. Didn't crit. Boo. I had combustion up to 90% the other day. Which is crazy. That means I had over 100% crit. But the fact that it got to 90% is already like, what the heck? Like, I don't have the beast gear on my mage. Honestly, the gear is pretty garbage. But I feel like combustion should never get to 90%. That's a lot. Not getting many big... Not getting many big mouth claims. We're only 10k away from leveling now. But hey, I talked about like not taking too long, not hopefully getting the medley done before TBC. Anchorage is, it's not out, but the like war event is out for Anchorage, so technically that content's out now. So I'm saying, I'd say there's probably only like 6, maybe 7 or 8 months before anniversary swaps over to TBC. So I might have to just play until 60 and not worry about playing Cyberpunk for now. I was thinking about taking a break after this leg of the medley to play Cyberpunk. But if I get through the medley and then play Cyberpunk, then I should be ready for TBC. Now the thing is, with Garland dying, that takes 1 month off my total time played in World of Warcraft already. So you know, I'm not going to make it happen, but if a few more characters die, that's extra months off. So currently we've got 7 characters. I would say it's probably going to take me 7 months with 7 characters to get 60. Thereabouts. I guess I haven't really streamed that much in the last month because of moving and all this other bullshit that I've had to deal with. So I probably lost a lot of time with that. But yeah, every character lost from here is about 1 month less time played. Because we're about halfway through the leveling journey. Oh, I was so close to aggro on that other one with 0 mana. I would have had to use a mana gem. That would be controversial. I can't believe how long that Pirate Software saga has gone on. Like, the spiral that happened just from a World of Warcraft 5 main dungeon. Like, there's a lot more to it now. Because if you're already in the spotlight, people are going to go digging. But I can't believe that all happened from a 5 main dungeon in World of Warcraft. Pretty much. Alright, we have about 94% chance to crit right now, so... Not 900, but close. Yeah, exactly. Like, I never watched his content outside of, you know, the few dungeons that I saw him do with like Guzu and all those guys that play WoW. But then you just find out so much shit. It's like, what the hell is going on with this guy? He has a very curated community, it seems. Like, you know, ban anyone that doesn't fit his ideology, stuff like that. Bit weird. You're loving all the exposure. Well, apparently the only reason he got big is because he gamed the YouTube Shorts system. By just making content about stuff without even backing up any of his claims, which was interesting. Because if you can sound smart to like a lot of people, maybe you get a lot of viewers, you know. Like, as someone who worked in the gaming industry, you know, with game testing, I couldn't claim to know how to code a video game. That's pretty much the level that I would be like, yep. Don't need to go any deeper, didn't it mean? Yeah. Love the algorithm. I hate the algorithm. There's so many YouTube content creators from like the old days that have just stopped making YouTube videos because now it's all just about gaming the algorithm. So it's very terrible. This is why I'll probably never be a big YouTuber, because I don't want to. You know, I'm not going to make flashy thumbnails that have, look here, stuff like that. Like, I'm a classic YouTube creator, you know? Even though I wasn't making YouTube videos many years ago, I'm a classic creator because it's like, I just like doing stuff how it was done in the old days. But there's so many people I used to watch on YouTube that just don't exist anymore because of the algorithm. Like, well, there's no one to watch, so I'll make my own videos. Gotta watch them at least twice when I edit them. And sometimes I do make myself laugh, so that's good. I mean, I wouldn't use a joke if it wasn't funny to me. But yeah, if you're gonna claim to be like an expert in a topic, you need to really know what you're talking about. And I think that was a major undoing. Like, you better be researching, you know? But all because of a World of Warcraft 5-man dungeon. Absolutely insane. $4,000 experience to go. I'd like, you know, just a nice green drop before we log off Grocket. We haven't really had any gear upgrades other than Robe of Power. Been pretty ordinary. I hope I never am like in a controversial thing. I don't know why I would be, because I just stick to myself, but you know, there's people on the internet that try to be malicious to everyone, isn't there? I remember there was this old guy that made YouTube videos, and some random, I don't remember who it was, some big YouTuber called him a pedophile once. And with no evidence, pretty much ruined that guy's life. Just because he was an old dude on the internet who looked like someone else. It's like, it's fucked up. So even if you're no one, your life can just be ruined because of social media. Why I try not to, you know, deal with social media that much. Don't even have a Twitter anymore. Don't really use my Facebook. All I have is YouTube. But if there's ever anyone who tries to go after me for whatever reason, maybe I look like someone they know. I would swing back before I left, but I'd probably just be like, peace. Like, I don't care enough for that shit. I am someone who will stand up for myself whenever someone tries to falsely put words into my face. There's been a few times where I've, like, you know, gone against someone because they said something and it's like, it's completely not true. About, like, just little things that I've had done. Things that don't affect my life but affect other people's lives around me, you know? I'm always out of the drama, but sometimes the drama tries to come into my life. Just because other people do enjoy drama. But I will always... There is nothing I hate more than someone trying to say something about me that I'm not. So I will always stick up for myself in that regard. 1,000 experience and the mage is done. At least the grind hasn't been that interesting drop wise because just being able to talk about everything. Definitely my biggest pet peeve is someone trying to, like, mischaracterize someone. We do have 12 zesty clam meat. Do I send it to Rugen before I level? I said 1,000 experience, but apparently I only need 100 experience now, so I must be much closer. Where did that 900 experience come from? That mob was crazy. I think I'll go back to the town, sell these items, and send Rugen, like, 3 gold. We have a few gold to send him. Before I level up, because then I won't be able to send any more. The rules. But that's like a gold there. I think we only need about 5 gold for training on Grocket next time we play him. Maybe a little bit more, but we've got a level to do before we train next. I still don't have a lot of the abilities that I have because they cost too much, and right now I'm buying mounts, right?
Good day to you.
Mounts are a bit more important than other garbage.
See you later.
Yeah, let's send like 4 gold to Rugen. Along with those. And then go kill 1 more mob and level up. Not too much of a grind, like I said, it would probably only take half an hour. Because we were already basically there. Oh, 1 crit to level up. We did get 1 crit to level up. Nice. Oh, I gained 1 strength that level. That's perfect. I think I'm going into Arcane now, yeah. Arcane sub. I don't know if it does anything, but... like, it might be more of a PvP talent, but it looks like it does something. These are the talents on Grocket so far. Still fire. Still having fun with fire. And gear-wise, we haven't changed that much this League of the Medley. We got the Robe of Power from tailoring. I think I picked up these braces, but they're not like a huge upgrade from what we had. Still got our Monkey Dagger. Nifty stopwatch, obviously. Still got Strength Ring. Not too much change. About 60 levels in tailoring, which was pretty good. But yeah, next we have Rugen. And there's going to be a little bit of grinding to do because I still need 2 Black Pearls for Francie, and I'm going to need Breath of the Wind or Breath of Air, whatever it is. So, better get to it. Mage was over fast. Change title. Hunter from 39 to 40. Gotta sort out the bags and everything first, obviously.
Talk to me.
I don't know. Are we done with that? We are. We are done with Green Hills of Stranglethorn, apparently. So if I take all the pages out and put all the meat in there, maybe we have to hand it in. Oh, there's a lot of them, isn't there? We'll sort out everything else after the. I think getting this handed in first though is pretty important. Otherwise, I don't have any bank or bag space. Is there any more in here? Of course there is. How much gold have we got? $86. Okay, so we just need 4 more gold for a mount. Need to get that page out. We've only got 1 level to go until we get mounts on Rugen. Ability. Alright. Quickly make a flight down to Stranglethorn Vale so we can get that all handed in. I also need to go there for that quest. Maybe I should go there first, because I believe then I run into the camp. It's always a bit frantic when you first log into a character after, you know, months of not playing it. It's like, where am I? What am I doing? Where's Rachel?
Well met.
7-minute flight though. Like, as soon as we log in a 7-minute flight, it's rough. Oh well. Only got to do it once. Perhaps. What are we using right now? We're using a bow. We've got the ranger's bow, but I think I have better. This is better. This is better by far. This gun's also better than that, so. Yeah, I'd say the gun is probably going to be the one we use. Sucks, because we can't go from a blue to a blue, but hey. It's alright, we're a dwarf, guns are what we do. Speaking of dwarfs, in Warhammer, so I was playing an Orc campaign a few weeks ago when I didn't have internet. You know, I was still able to play Warhammer because offline Steam works for that game, thankfully. My offline Steam would be so good right now. If I didn't have internet for 3 months, like I didn't when I moved house in Australia one time. I currently have Baldur's Gate 3, Mass Effect Trilogy, although I don't know if I'd be able to log into that because EA would probably stop me. Dying Light, Warhammer, Ori, Terraria. Those are all the games that I currently have installed to my computer. I would actually be having a great time. Back when I didn't have internet for 3 months, all I had installed was Fallout 4. I was like, oh, how can I play Fallout 4 for 3 months? Somehow made it work, but man, it was rough. Be fair, Fallout 4 is like a pretty good game for exploration and stuff. I don't mind it at all. The gunplay is pretty fun. It's not the best game ever, but it's alright, it's passable. Don't know if that's scented, it doesn't look scented, but I also don't really care. But yeah, the games I have installed on my computer right now are amazing. So if I didn't have internet, I'd still be having a great time. Those are a tiny bit better than ours, but we've got to wait till 40 so we can wear them. Our mail. Oh yeah, we did find the forest pendant of the monkey. That's pretty good. We actually got some pretty nice stuff coming our way on Rugen. And stuff that I can equip right now. Also, haven't made Nightscape shoulders for Rugen yet. So that's something I have to do. So I don't think I'll be wearing these Arc Metal shoulders because they're worse than the Nightscape shoulders. 2 less agility. Just because of mail, like I don't care. I'd rather have more agility. We don't take damage anyway. There's no point in having mail on if you're not taking damage. But what I was saying about Warhammer and dwarfs is those motherfuckers do not die. I was playing my Orc campaign and I was like fighting them. One dwarf for like 10 minutes. Like one guy's just beating up 200 orcs. Like what the hell? He won't die. It's crazy. The amount of like... So there's a stat in that game called ward save, which basically makes it so they take X amount less damage. And for whatever reason, Dwarf Lords have 80%. Just baseline. Take 80% less damage. So the only way I can really kill them is by like having like a drain life spell or something. Or shooting the shit out of them with arrows. And when you're an orc, your arrows are quite bad. Because your orcs suck at shooting, they shoot sideways sometimes, and the goblins, they have low range. So it's like, man, this is rough. And there's a first faction you gotta fight. Because they're right beside you. So those first like 20 turns or something on that campaign were absolutely mental. So I was just having 30-minute fights with dwarfs constantly. But then I don't really like the orcs that much, so I stopped playing them and started playing an Empire campaign after that. I had so much more fun. I reunited the provinces as the Emperor, so I got the whole of our country together. Great. There was a lot of threats. You start in the middle of the map, so the south was attacking me, the west was attacking me, the north was attacking me. Basically holding off the horde. The only one that didn't attack me was the east, because that's where the dwarfs are, and they already wiped out the orcs. Dwarfs are friend in that regard. But once I got the Hellstorm rocket batteries, which are basically Patriot missile launchers, oh, it was fun. A clump of infantry. See you later. It's a very rewarding campaign because it starts so difficult. Every turn as Karl Franz, the Emperor of the Empire, is basically an hour long since like turn 10. Because there's so much to do. So I think I did 100 turns on that campaign before I was like, alright, time to start a new one. I wasn't bored, I could have kept going, but my game crashed and I'm like, okay. It's probably about time where I do a new campaign then. But, yeah, it was...
Can I help you?
About 100 turns feels like 400 is like a different character.
Farewell.
That's how much there was to do. We're handed a nose. That's about all we need to do here right now. Could go grab Excelsior actually. Since we're going up there. But I did start a Dark Elf campaign last night because I'm basically switching from good to evil in between because there's so many different factions, right? So I go from the good Empire to the evil Dark Elves. They're more neutral than evil, but they're pretty evil, let's be real. They take slaves. Your big mechanic is taking slaves and forcing them to work. It's pretty evil. But that's been fun for the first 20 turns. Turns are much quicker though. Right now my goal with the Dark Elf campaign is to sacrifice the toads. The lizard men. There's basically toads to myself. And I'm going to sacrifice them on their altars. That's pretty evil, I must say. I'm gonna build an altar on their altar and sacrifice them to the gods. Not me, it's the Dark Elves. But every campaign in Warhammer's been like unique. There's always a different faction you gotta come up against. It's like your main faction you're fighting and then the in-game factions. The only one that I've really hated is Bretonia so far. Because I don't really like cavalry that much. And their whole faction is just cavalry. Like, I don't mind having a few horse characters in each army, but I don't want like 20 of them, you know? And the orcs was a little bit boring. But I think I'll try a different faction leader for the orcs one day and maybe it will be different. But I've already played nearly 300 hours of Total Warhammer. I think I've had the game for less than 2 months. So I haven't done a lot outside of that in my free time. One of my friends actually messaged me on Discord. He said, "This is an intervention. You've been playing too much Warhammer." And I said, "True." It's not often that you find a game that you can just constantly play, and it's like every time you play through it, it's different, you know? Like, I want to do a Mass Effect playthrough on the Insanity difficulty at some point, but there's a lot of that game that I'm like, it's going to feel the same. So I'm not rushing it. I'm waiting, because I did play through Baldur's Gate 3 like 5 times, and it got a bit boring now, because I can't even finish my achievement run, because I've played it too many times. I've got to wait until it's fresh again. I love Baldur's Gate 3, but 5 times was about the limit before I was like, I don't really want to play it right now. But I'm sure, like, you know, a few hundred more hours in Warhammer, I'll probably be like, okay, I'll put it down for a little bit. But it's funny because there's 30 different factions, but then there's also like over 100 different legendary lords that you can play within those factions. So there's about 100 different unique campaigns. So it's a lot. Not to mention there's different mods that change the game completely. The only thing I don't like about it is because it's Warhammer and there's so many spells and crazy shit happening on the screen, you can't really just take a moment to enjoy the beauty that is like a battle. You can't just zoom in and watch it, you know? Like in Shogun 2 Total War or Rome Total War, games like that, I used to just zoom in and watch the people fight. Because once you do your little bit of macro and stuff, it's like, you don't need to do too much, right? But I can't do that in Warhammer, because I've always got to be vigilant if there's a spell coming down upon my head. I don't want to be nuked. It's probably my only problem with it. Fucking wizards and Skaven nukes and stuff like that. Anytime I see Ikit Claw out on the battlefield, I'm like, ugh, I hope he doesn't have a nuclear bomb right now, because probably going to be used on me, because they don't use it against the AI. For whatever reason, when you're playing, like right now I'm playing Dark House, and they get the Black Arcs, I think they're called. They're basically ships that follow them around, and they can be used as like a staging ground for troops and stuff like that, or support. The AI will never attack those Black Arcs when it's an AI controlled one. But I park one outside someone's base because I'm about to go to war with them, and suddenly they're attacking it, and I'm like, huh. So when I'm using it, you attack it. Bastards. Just like the Skaven nukes. They won't use the nukes against AI, but they will use them against you. Pretty rude, I must say. Usually when I see like dark elves on any of my campaigns, they got about 20 ships just sitting in one spot. And I'm like, man, why doesn't the AI just go take out those ships? Just don't think the AI even sees them when they're not player ships. Because they can't interact with anything on land, but if you go out to them, you can fight them. But at least now I know after getting one raided that I have to actually put troops in it as a player because it will be attacked. Because, you know, player bias, whatever. Alright, let's hand in these pages and hope that we do actually have all of them.
How are ya? Watch
I'll be
your
good
back.
if I'm able to hand in these
Off
pages.
with you. See you soon. Safe travels. See you soon.
Looks like I can.
Watch your back.
Nice.
Safe travels.
Gonna free up so much
Off with
space.
you. Safe
Like
travels.
15 items.
Watch your back. You got my attention. See you soon. Great to meet you. Off with you. Watch your back.
Nice.
I buy and trade.
That's a good start. Let's equip some of this gear that we have in our inventory. So we're definitely going the gun. 53.2 to 43.9. It's faster than the ranger's bow, so it looks like we lose copying damage. But actually, the reason the damage is lost is because I don't have bullets. I'm like, why am I going down 10 DPS? Because I don't have bullets, I have arrows. Guns can't shoot arrows. Duh. I'll use this forest pendant of the monkey. Might as well use the cape because it's more int, or more agility rather. Ring is pretty good. Swap it out for the iron wills. So I don't actually want to change my weapon just now because I do need to do.
Need help?
I think that's about it. Gonna sell those. Probably won't use them. We've already got insignia boots on the rogue and the hunter. I guess I could use this crossbow for the moment, because I'm not going to use it on any other character. Actually, my crossbow skill is probably 1, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So no, we won't be doing that. I'll use the bow for a moment. That will give us like a little bit extra DPS. Because I need to go and kill the crocodile. I don't know about this dagger. If we sell it, we can buy a mount once we hit 40. We're going to be able to buy a mount as soon as we hit 40 on this character, I would say.
Safe travels.
We're already 50 silver away already. It's easy enough. Grim, it's been a while, buddy. Been quite some time since we've seen the young Grim. Grim is actually a female beer. I can't remember how I figured that out, but there was There was something that told me that Grim was a female. Oh yeah. When you get turned into undead in the wetlands, she got turned into a female undead, and I was like, oh, so she's a female. That makes sense. I always thought Grim was a guy. Not like I can look. How would I even have you ever seen a bear's penis? Like I haven't. How would you even know? Bears even have a penis? Alright, Grim. First time back, go fight this elite. Where's our feign death button? If we take Freak though, we'll just get Grim to stun it. Might do it anyway. Make sure it... Freak. Is this damage now? Yeah, additional 40 damage. Why not? Don't even need to heal Grim. He's such a good team. Easy kill for us as a hunter. We won't get complacent though, right? The reason I died on the Warlock is because the Warlock's been pretty easy throughout the journey. And I will say that I feel like I got a bit complacent when playing the Warlock. Because it was so easy. The point where I didn't think anything would actually kill us. So even though the Hunter is pretty samey in that regard, we can't get complacent. I think I'm going to be going back to Dustwallow Marsh. I never even finished Dustwallow Marsh by the looks of it. Still haven't been to Desolus. We haven't finished Desolus. Still haven't been to Swamp Sorrows. This character has so much to do. And we're already level 39. We're going to have some easy quests ahead of us for the next little bit, I would say, on the Hunter. But I think with the Hunter, we want to get to like 44 and then go grind where we did that last little grind of Grocket. Try and get 2 black pearls because I am going to need them.
Well met.
And then at about 45, or after we get those 2 black pearls,
Go
hopefully,
with honor, friend.
I will go to Tanaris and hopefully get the Breath of the Wind that we need. Because I think we need 6 of those, I believe. Not 100% sure. It's in the spreadsheet, but it doesn't matter right now, so let's say around 6. And then after that, guess we just level. So there is a little bit of grinding for Rugen to do in the future. But for these first 5 levels or so, it should just be normal leveling. We should be able to get all of that done this week. I'd say we could probably bring Rugen to about 44. Considering we're starting today, a lot of time. Don't know if these guys are aggressive once they kill him. I don't think they ever do. but it's interesting that they come here and kill that guy. I don't know if that event is even for anything, but I think Private Merle is actually the guy that tells you that he'll have his vengeance. So I guess he comes out here and then the undead kill him. So he's not even gonna have his vengeance. You can either kill him at the camp or he runs away and gets killed by those. I always kill him at the camp because I'd rather take his life, you know. I'll do it myself. If he gets good RNG, you might kill those ghouls and get away. I wonder what happens though if you save him. Maybe this time, when I do that quest next time, I'll play it out like that, you know. I'll follow him, save his life, and see what happens. Because I've never actually done that. Might be interesting. Probably not, but you never know. We got pretty good gear on Rugen now. Not only the gear that we crafted for ourselves, but you know, these forest pendant, sentinel cloak. Pretty good gear.
Ah, you're nice.
Didn't buff Grim though. How rude. Grim's the one that actually needs support. He's going to be doing all the tanking. What's our gun skill at? 135. Low, but I guess it's not as low as the crossbow, is it? Gun should be better. We'll have to go and get our ammo pouch out of the bank. That's another thing. We got the 12% increased range attack speed, so it's hard to say if this gun is like good or bad until we actually equip it with the ammo pouch and the ammo, because otherwise we lose so much DPS. But this thing is probably not going to be used. Kind of the problem with the hardcore medley when there's only one character that would use an item if it's already 12 levels higher than that item. It then becomes not so good, you know?
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
There's actually a moment, a little bit of a spoiler, but in the video that I'm bringing out tonight, Garland's video, I mean, it's not a spoiler if you watch the stream. You know he's dead, but I was complaining at one point about people randomly messaging me for summons when I'm in STV. Because if you're a warlock above level 20, you're probably at some point going to get a random message. No matter what you're doing, you could be out in the middle of the ocean, like I have been many a time. And then you get a message asking for a summon. But if you're in Strangleform Vale when world buffs are coming out, it's especially bad. But then after I died, I made a joke. I'm like, at least I won't have to get any messages about summoning people in STV anymore. I'm just like thinking about it because I saw someone put the world buff timers in the chat. Like, thank God I don't need to deal with that. That was the most annoying thing about being a warlock. people just messaging you for like thinking that you're gonna summon them no matter what. Like, I am not even in Booty Bay. I'm out questing. I'm not sitting around finger up my ass waiting for a world buff. Crazy, I know.
Greetings.
Okay. Our ammo pouch. Gonna have to take all this out. Swap these around. So yeah, now it's 43.7. We lost 10 DPS there. And this is 51.6 without the ammo. So, yeah, I'd say it's better. I mean, we probably lose some top end because it's faster. But we gain more DPS overall. They're still weapons without stats. So, it's not like big. Like, this crossbow might be better overall. But I'd have to level it from 1. And that shit would take forever. Sort out that first so I can actually get around to sorting out the other stuff. I gotta see when my friends want to play some hardcore as well. We haven't played in 22 days now.
Greetings.
Mainly because I've been playing Warhammer, but they've also been playing other games as well. Our healer's been playing Warhammer 40k. Not Warhammer Fantasy like me, but
Farewell.
still Warhammer. Solid shot, I believe. Lots of bullets.
Be careful.
$60 DPS on the dot. That's a few extra.
See you
What
later.
we hit. Sell these.
Hello.
Sell the crossbow. Need that. Put up the dagger. Do I have a main hand, agility, at least attack power though. That in the bank.
See you around.
I do have enough thick leather to make my shoulders. I guess I'll get those done now. Other than that, I don't really have any leather,
Well
so probably not doing too much with it. Cooking is... We got all this, but we're probably just waiting until we actually do the cooking quest. Actually utilize it, so it's probably just going to be sitting around. These here. Actually, I think these two are for the better ammo pouch and stuff. Yeah, when you separate them. Now that I remember. Keep them in the bin. It should be okay.
For the Alliance.
Not too much admin because we thankfully haven't logged in with like 200 lever in our inventory. 'Cause I'll be honest, we're very high level working. And I've kind of just been sitting around waiting until we're fighting mobs that actually are worth skinning. So, we haven't really been doing much skinning recent. It's not like in the early days when all my characters were just skinning everything constantly.
Well met.
3 of these. And 1 Nightscape Shoulder coming right up. I think I'll make some more thick armor kits when we actually go to level. Sorry, I yawned because this is like a 30-second cast.
See you around.
Alright, Nightscape Shoulders. Much better looking.
Have a good one.
On our way. Still need to do fitness with Rugen. Little video idea I had. Think it would be funny. You know, he does his dwarf dance and I try to copy it. Break my hip or something, I don't know. I'm almost 37, so yeah, the likelihood is that I would die. About 11 or so days and I'm gonna be 37.
Light be with you.
If I could turn back time.
Go with
Honestly, we've had this discussion many a time. If I could turn back time, I wouldn't really change that much. But if I could go back and relive the glory days, you know, back when kids were outside, when I was outside riding my bike, playing with my friends all the time. We didn't really have to be home until darkness came. Those were the days. These days, if you see a kid outside, they're probably walking home from school. That's the only time you're going to see them. I got 90 gold. Now I get it though. Lips a bit dry. There's a lot of weird people out in the world these days, but I feel like there were a lot of weird people out in the world back then as well. We just didn't really know about it that much because we didn't have internet. I had this discussion last week. Whenever there's like a person that looks uncomfortable, if I'm like walking towards them or something like that, I'll just cross the road. Like you can read the body language, you know. I'll just cross the road because I don't want to make people uncomfortable in any way. Even though I'm not a weirdo that's gonna do anything. I want other people to be comfortable. There's been many a time where I've like gone off my route by like 5 or 10 minutes just because someone else was around and they were looking a bit nervous. It really doesn't affect me that badly. Not that I'm a big dude. No, I'm not a big scary dude. I'm kind of friendly. I got a friendly face, I think, but I do have a moustache. That scares people sometimes, you know, a bearded man, huh? If I shaved though, I'd look like I was 16 years old, so maybe I'd be more inviting, you know? "16 until you have a good look at my face, and then you're like, sometimes he's got wrinkles." Sometimes I'll wake up if I have like, you know, a bad sleep. I'll wake up and the wrinkles are out in full, and I'm like, oh god, I'm feeling my age. Yeah, I don't think I've ever scared anyone because of how I look either, but sometimes you'll have someone just, you know, look a bit nervous or scared of something, I don't know. I'm just like, across the road now, then.
Hey, how you doing? Have a good one.
Got the best deals anywhere.
Not gonna wear these. They're pretty good, but
Keep it real.
we're only getting one stat for the hunter. I think I want to go Dustwallow Marsh, so I might as well go from here, actually. The Zimmer. Back when I played RuneScape, the Zimmer was the best RuneScape player, you know, the highest level RuneScape player back when I played RuneScape. I don't know about it anymore because, I mean, there's been so many different levels to do. Don't think the Zimmer is one of the highest levels anymore. Bunch of people just standing around in Booty Bay waiting for their world buffs. Getting out of here, I don't even care. Well, now that we've made all of our Nightscape shoulders that we need, I should be able to actually level first aid without worrying about it. What about my buff, Potato Reeks? You only buff people right in front of you? Rude. Been a lot of people playing old school RuneScape right now, actually. That is probably the flavor of the month game for streamers at the moment. Soda Poppin's been playing, Yuzu, Savix, I think Quinn was playing. People were asking Preach if he was going to play, and he's like, nah, not going to touch that. Just the flavor of the month. I was like, yeah. I mean, old school RuneScape's got a lot of good content. But for me, someone who played it before World of Warcraft, I can't go back to it. Because it is, at the early stage, just a lot of point, click, and wait, you know. Stand there. I'm mining. I'm cutting a tree. It's a lot of what RuneScape is at the start of the game. Once you get like, you know, 50 odd levels in and you start server ticking and doing stuff in between all the other stuff, then it's a little bit more intensive, but you can't do that at the start. It's so boring to begin. But the quests are really fun in that game. I always liked them. I did my Legends Cape quest back in whatever, 2003, 2004, whenever I did that. That was pretty sick. The Dragon Slayer quest, pretty sick. Definitely a good game if you've never played it, which is why a lot of content creators are now playing it, because they never did. And even though there's a lot more new quests, I don't think I could go back and do the other stuff that I've already done. But maybe in the future. If I ever get really bored of World of Warcraft, maybe I'd try it. See if I can get off Tutorial Island without being bored. But it's always funny to think about. My friends from high school got me into games like that. Like, they wanted to play Neopets. And I had never played Neopets, so I joined them. We had a few battles, like in the Battle Pet Arena or whatever. Pet Battle Arena. And after that, because I liked the progression of video games rather than just playing the games that Neopets had, you know, like America Chase and all that stuff, I actually made my pet stronger. They didn't. They only played so they could play the side games. I played so I could make my pet stronger. So we stopped playing that together. And then they were like, hey, have you tried RuneScape? Like a few months later. And we played that together for like a few days. But once again, a lot of progression in that game. So I eventually, over the weekend, because they didn't play many video games as much as I did, over the weekend I left them in the dust. I was like 10 levels ahead of them, and they were like, Frankie, I think you're a different sort of gamer than we are. And I said, I think so. And then I went on my way. And we got a lot to do here. Like everything. I guess we do the turtles and the heads. Start with though. But then when World of Warcraft came out, you know, it basically confirmed it. I love the progression of things. I love gearing a character and making it stronger and stuff like that. They just wanted to hang out and play a video game, like just doing nothing, you know? Although we did have some really good times playing Halo together, so... That was the game that brought us together, you know? That was the one we could both, like, play, and it was just right. When Halo first came out, oh... The sleepovers to play Halo. Peak. I do need turtle scales, so I guess I'll skin all these, even though they're not gonna give us like but the gun damage might be a bit shit right now because we've got to level it, but we'll eventually get there. I hope those friends are still enjoying video games how they want to. For the most part. The thing is with high school friends, for me at least, now I know a lot of people do keep their high school friends, especially if they stay in the country or whatever. Basically, as soon as high school finished, I hung out with them a few times after that, and then I left for Australia and never really heard from them again other than a few times. So I don't know what they're doing. There's very few people I've actually kept in contact with from high school. It's like my vanilla WoW friends, you know, there's only 2 of them that I actually talk to now. out of the 60 or so people I raided with in Vanilla WoW. There's only 2 of them that I've talked to within the last like 10 years. But you always wonder what that guy's up to. But, what's that dude doing these days, you know? I think because of the internet and like people just leaving where they were born now, stuff like that. Like back in the day, I feel like people just lived in their town for their whole life, so you got to know everyone. You know, you would just see it. In the old days. But now because it's so convenient and stuff to like move around and travel different countries and all that, hardly anyone stays in one place these days, I feel. We're all explorers in today's world. For better or worse. How many bullets are we going to be going through? Gun's a bit fast. Need to get it to 200? Yeah, about 200. There is a part of me that was like, I wish I did stay in this town for, you know, however long. But I know there's so many people that I went to school with or work with when I first started working that don't even live here anymore. Like they're in Europe or America or stuff like that. It's like, I'd probably have a whole range of new friends anyway. So nothing's changed. Person's just life tapping themselves down. They're also a blueberry enjoyer. Ugh. Not getting these tongues very quickly. Void Walker. I'm glad I swapped to Affliction as soon as I thought it was right. It's funny too because, you know, in that video where I was talking about Void Walker sucking ass and Affliction being much more fun, there were a lot of comments that were like, nah, you're just playing Warlock badly or whatever. But then you go on Reddit and I'm like, man, I wish I had the people commenting on Reddit in my YouTube video section because they're so much smarter. Like, they're like, yeah, Voidwalker just the worst, stuff like that. Like, if I am not allowed to press anything other than cursor for the Voidwalker to hold threat, the Voidwalker sucks at holding threat. End of story. And yet there's people that will defend it. But it's just a glorified guy standing with you. At that point. He's not even doing anything. He's just standing with you. Oh, a little chest. It's just like with the boomkin. You randomly get people saying boomkin is amazing. Boomkin doesn't have problems at all. And it's like, what? What do you mean boomkin doesn't have problems? I've got no mana the whole fucking time playing. So even though Garland is now gone, I'm glad I went Affliction and played that because that was way more fun. I only had 2 tongues drop so far. It's not great. And then we got to get 12 Murloc heads. Who's that other turtle? For one. Gone. Do I want to go over there and see if I can get that chest? There's a lot of Murlocs. That's the only problem. Like, I'd rather not fight all the Murlocs. Not that it would be much of an issue. Just boring. Because it's Hunter. It's like fighting 1 mob or fighting 5 mobs, it's the same. You just get your beer to tank it. Coral Shark. The beer also has threat issues, obviously, the Hunter pet. But especially a beer, it's not really a freak tank. It's a tank. Got big health, big armor, but it doesn't do any damage, really. Compared to like a cat or an owl. But I'm a dwarf, so naturally I'm going to roleplay having a beer. And most of the time, a gun. When a bow's not better. So I don't expect the Hunter pet to actually hold threat. But the Warlock pet, when it was the Voidwalker, I expected a little bit more out of it. But alas, it was trash. Hey, we haven't had a blue for a while. This is the bout that Rugen found for the priest. So Rugen's found 2 of these bouts now. And we did just finish Grocket. This would be an amazing bout for Grocket though. But do I send it to friend? Because it's a pretty good bout for a boomkin. And friend does have to do 12 levels. It was 13, but it's gone down to 12 because Garland died. So I think we just send that to friend. But hey, Rugen's found 2 of them now, so why doesn't he just find a 3rd one for Grocket as well? Been a while since we got a blue drop though. The last one that happened was when I was playing Lena. So it's been a few characters. Good start to the Hunter. Not an epic though. But it's funny because we've had so many blues drop. It's not even like a shocking thing anymore. I don't get excited about it unless it's like really good. I mean, this one's really good. But The only character I can feasibly give it to now is Friend, because the other characters have finished this league. So it's not like I'm excited about it, because it's probably my least favorite character so far, right now, the Druid. I'm hoping when it gets to 40 and we get Boomkin and we have the Dreamweave chest and gloves already made, and we're just absolutely blasting, that it just feels amazing to play though. Like, I want to see some 1000 crits, you know? When you run up to try and kill it with your axe and you miss. Classic hunter stuff. That's just how hunter be sometimes. But I think Fran's gonna have pretty good gear when we log into her. We'll have to get 4 levels before she can wear the Dreamweave items that we've made, but we did find a Nature Raft staff, stuff like that, so I think her gear's gonna be pretty good this time going in. Do the Murlocs. I'm gonna do the Murlocs, then head, hand them in, do Deserters, come back, do Stinky's Escape, because I need to get that second elixir. So I guess I hardly did quests here when I was here last on the Hunter. I must have done some, like the spiders and the go find the badge and stuff like that on the floor. 39 to 40 is going to be quite chill, I would say, because well, we have so many zones at a low level. 40 is going to be cool because I've never actually had a dwarf while leveling. So I've never ridden a ram while leveling. That's going to be a new experience. This isn't even the first dwarf that's going to hit 40 because Baum is already 40, but she doesn't have a mount yet because she only got to 40 and then we logged off. But she's also not getting a ram because she's getting a free horse. Being a paladin. I raided on a dwarf female warrior for a few months in Warlords of Draenor. But that character started as a blood elf, so it wasn't like an original. I think it might have even actually started as a human, that character. But I feel like, yeah, it was Alliance during Mr. Pandaria. Because I had the challenge mode set on that character. So not even a blood elf. It was a blood elf at one point. I'm looking forward to going through the Blood Elf story again, you know, the Eversong, Ghostlands, and TBC. On hardcore. We're getting some big crits with our gun now, it's 190 out of 200. Actually doing damage. That's too many Merle. I'm not a mage. Haven't seen a mage here today. Weird. Usually you come here and there's a mage just hanging out, you know? Doing some AoE farming. Not today, apparently. It's good, because that means I can actually get this quest done quick. I don't want to be here all day. It's gonna be Bang Diff pretty powerful. What aggro? My favorite thing about playing a hunter in actual vanilla when I was raiding and doing like Onyxia's lair was never really having to hold free. You know, you'd just keep pumping because you're feign death. If it resists, then sure, you have to just chill for 30 seconds, but that was always a good fight for my guild because we did have at least one warrior tank that knew how to pump free. Just one. The rest of them, you know, they were playing deep prot, they were scared, it was rubbish, but there was one guy that was always trying to experiment with doing more free, and he was pretty good at Onyxia tanking. So we'd generally make him do it. But the game was also different back then. Like, Fury tanking wasn't really a big thing. Like it is now. I'm actually gonna go deep prot when I get my... I might even do it, like, soon on my warrior that I'm playing with my friends. Because I've seen so many people, when they first hit 60, go Fury Prot and then just get one shot. And I'm like, maybe, you know, my friends and I, we want to do some 5-man content together when we hit 60. Maybe it would be safer to go deep prot, put on a shield, put on a one-hander, you know, and just revenge spam everything. Because deep prot does do good free if you're like shield slamming and stuff like that. It's just that most DPS don't know how to fucking control their free. That's the real problem with classic World of Warcraft. And DPS. It's not the tanks that are doing bad free, it's that the DPS just want to keep pumping. Back in the day, controlling your fret was like a skill, you know? If you didn't pull fret, but you were able to ride the tank, that's a good player. Now, if you're able to ride the tank, your tank's fucking shit. It's funny how the perception changes over the years. That's why I fight like Ragnaros was so good as a range character, because you couldn't actually pull through. So even if your tanks were rubbish, you could just keep blasting the whole time. It was so good as a hunter. In my guild, we had 5 hunters, and generally the top 5 DPS on Ragnaros were 5 hunters. Because mage talents back when the game first came out were not that good. So mages weren't the blasters they are these days. But hunters didn't even matter. We just blasted DPS. It was all good. So we would always have like a competition because we knew 5 of us were going to be top 5. But we didn't know in what order. So, you know, we'd be like, alright. Let's bid on who gets top DPS this time. Stuff like that. Just a few gold here and there. Maybe the reserved rights for the next hunter item that drops, something like that, you know. Us hunters got along pretty well because we would always, there were fights where you have to like crank shot, so we'd always jump into a different channel just to like talk about bullshit while standing around waiting for our 30-second cooldown. We didn't even dare be in a different channel to say trank shot, but you know. We wanted to talk about other shit. That was fun. It was a fun little excuse to get away from the main raid, 40 people just yakking. But there was one time where we killed Chromagus and the Bow of Smiting dropped, and I was going to be the next on the list to get the Bow of Smiting, but we had just recruited a hunter from another top guild because their guild broke up because they were all assholes to each other. Which makes sense after you hear the rest of the story. But because we ran DKP, dragon kill points for anyone that doesn't know, it's like a decaying loot system basically. So you get points when you kill a boss, you get points when you shout the raid, you get points, all that stuff. And then when a piece of loot drops, you use those points to get the piece of loot, you know. But ours was like a bid system, but it also had there was, I can't remember the specifics, but there was like a decay where if you had just got items, then you were probably going to have less priority. And because this hunter had just joined the guild, completely fresh, and had enough DKP, because he had done enough, because we raided like 3 times that week before we got to Blackwing Lair. So we went to all the 20-man raids and then all that stuff. He had enough DKP to bid on Crossbow Smiting, and he had no like restriction. It was just his if he wanted it, basically. And me and my other hunter friend were sitting in that channel just talking about stuff. Like we did on that fight, because we're calling out trank shots, stuff like that. And then that guy won the crossbow smiting, and my other guy is like, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, it is what it is, you know. It sucks, but we'll get it next time. And then one day later, that guy that got the crossbow smiting left the guild. So he was literally just there, steal like the big hunter item. He just wanted to take one good piece of loot pretty much and then fuck off. He just so happened to get the best piece of loot. Thankfully, it dropped 1 week later and I got it, so fuck him. I didn't care a week later when it dropped again. I was like, yes, mine this time. And the other hunter's like, yours this time, don't worry. Because there were a few of us that still needed it, but I was next in prior with all of us hunters. But yeah, That guy, because he had just joined the guild, he just came in as like a, you know, a third party. Beef. We had a good thing going as hunters until that guy come along for that 1 week of ruination, but it didn't kill us. Our bond was stronger. Yeah, there are people like that that I've dealt with throughout the years. That was the first one that happened to me though. And that was probably, when did Blackwing Lair even come out? It would have been 2005, so it would have been about 20 years ago now. And I still remember it vividly. Because fuck that guy. His name was Chelsea. He's an asshole. Like the football team Chelsea. Which makes sense. Because, yeah. Football fans are rabid, aren't they? You spurned me, I'm gonna remember your name for 20 years. Honestly, I was thinking about making like a 20-year anniversary World of Warcraft video last year. I didn't, because it would have taken me too long to edit, honestly. But I was going to write everyone's name that I remember that I've ever played with at the end of the video. Just have them all listed, you know. Just in case any of them ever come across that video or whatever. Be like, ah, this guy, I remember him. That's why he sounds familiar. And there were about 2,000 names on that list. And I hadn't even gotten to like the recent expansion. Over 2,000 people that I remember that I've played World of Warcraft with that were relevant enough for me to like write down. Is pretty crazy. The amount of people I remember that I've played this game with. When I think about another game like Final Fantasy, I can't remember like 100 people. You're lucky if I remember 20 people from There was the first raid team. You know, Kelly, those guys. A few people after that. And yeah, that's about it. My recent raid team I remember because I'm still in the Discord. But it's pretty insane. The amount of people that you've come across in like a video game setting, and it's just like one day they'll just be gone. And you don't know if it's just because they quit the game, they started a new character, or moved on in life, you know. It's like, you never know. But it happens so often that it doesn't even affect me now if someone just disappears. But I do think about people randomly. And that hunter, I think about him randomly sometimes when I'm remembering the crossfires. That was a dick move. You remember a lot of negative experiences, I feel like, in life, but I try to remember more positive experience. Like I generally hold on to positive experiences more. But there are some that you can't let go of. Because it's like a funny story to reminisce on. Obviously, I'm not upset about the crossbow smiting. I got it 1 week later. But the fact that it happened It's like that's a fucked up thing to do. So I'm gonna remember it. Alright, let's hand in this quest. Glad I have aspect of the frickin' cheetah while doing this. Like, obviously we're gonna get a mount soon, but at least for this level, I'm glad I have cheetah. Because that is one problem with the medley. You know, you jump on a character that then doesn't have a mount after having a mount. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Francie only needs 5 gold, I think, for her mount. So we'll probably send her 15 gold overall from Rugen. Just so we can get training as well, because plate armor is pretty good, apparently. But yeah, it'll be Francie into Balmer, or into Friend rather, into Balmer. So Francie and Friend need money, Balmer doesn't, and then Lena's gonna need 65 gold because we sent all her money away to Alia. So Lena needs a lot of money, but you know, hopefully by the time we're done with Balmer, we have all that money. A loss. Oh. I was actually thinking about maybe, just because I like playing it, and you know, it would give me an excuse to play it more, doing some streams in the future if I'm either like bored and not playing any other game of Warhammer. Like, it probably won't happen before the medley is done, or like before I play Cyberpunk, but maybe in the future. People might enjoy watching. But I'm not like a god gamer of Total War, you know. I generally play on very hard. So very hard campaign and hard battle difficulty. Which is still better than probably 90% of the people that play the video game. But it's not legendary very hard, you know? The thing is with legendary, I have played legendary campaigns before, but I don't really like the real-time battle stuff. I like being able to pause at least once. Usually I just pause once per battle just to set commands for, you know, the first skirmish, stuff like that. If you ever play in Legendary and the battle realism is locked, then you got to set your commands while you're actually advancing, and it's a bit annoying to do when there's 20 units sometimes. That's why I don't really play Legendary anymore. I think for like a campaign like Scarbrand or something, you could play Legendary and just walk forward and probably win every battle. But that's pretty unique. I started a Marathi one and I put it on Legendary just to see how difficult it would be, and well, I didn't really like it because I don't know the Dark Elf units. That's also another thing, I don't know the units very well in Warhammer completely. I've played factions obviously, but I haven't played all of them. I'll play against the faction, I'll be like, oh, that's an interesting unit, but I don't really know about what it has. So I went back to very hard, the Legendary. Haha, ex-hunter. You are a hunter. Can you be an ex-hunter if you're a hunter? Maybe they're hunting lyrics. Didn't do that. Crocodiles. But yeah, I was thinking about maybe streaming a little bit of that at some point, but I think that's just so I can play more of it, and I'm already a bit addicted, so maybe I shouldn't. Like, do I need to? Like, probably not. Let's do Stinky's Escape. Got these guys respawning. Someone was here recently.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Still haven't ever seen the rear up here. Here in the Medley. Pull this a little bit away so its call doesn't pull the whole forest. They do call for help. Definitely don't want to have to deal with, you know, 4 raptors, even though it wouldn't be too bad. We are a hunter. Still a lot of raptors. Yeah, I am enjoying just having it as a game that I can just play whenever. There's a new WoW patch coming out soon, and my guild is already, you know, making the roster for next year, and I'm not 100% sure I even want to raid. I'm kind of on retail raiding now. Like, it might be fun to do one time, I think, but I don't know. I like having my free time. Not raiding is so freeing, actually. You got so much more time to do other stuff that you want to do, like, you know, Warhammer. That's the thing, if I don't raid, I'm just playing Warhammer. They were like, he don't want to raid because he's going to play Warhammer. I'm like, pretty much. Pretty much it. And my defense skill is only 156. Out of like 195. It's not great. Not great at all. But I just don't really care about raiding that much in WoW now. I've made no, like, secret about how I enjoy Final Fantasy raiding more than WoW raiding. And it certainly doesn't help. There are some fights that are fun, but I just don't like keeping up with, like, all the gearing and stuff. I hate the gear treadmill a lot in video games. That's why Hardcore's perfect, because you don't even need to get on it. So I think I might have a look at, like, what's coming in the next raid, and then just do it on LFR one time and be like, alright, done. you're just not gonna help me. Thank you. Thanks for turning around and helping me. Just walks off.
Good day to you.
Good day to you. Even though I only would raid for 4 hours a week, there's still other time outside of that, right? Even though I'm doing only casual heroic content, you still want to be geared up a little bit and stuff before raids and stuff like that, you know? You want to be ready. It's not like the prep that you got to put into classic raiding, which is more prep than actually raiding. World buffs, stuff like that. Like, ugh, I hate it. Itchy nose. Nose, he is. Always. Always. Annoying. But yeah, I'm just not sure. If I'm not sure about doing something, that probably means I shouldn't. Like if I'm feeling like maybe I shouldn't raid, then I probably shouldn't raid, you know? I've got to be 100% committed to actually do it. And I wouldn't say I 100% enjoyed raiding last year. It was more that I was just hanging out with people. But I don't need to hang out with them in raid. I can hang out with them in other video games and stuff. Who knows, maybe this tier would be a banger. I enjoyed the first tier of the expansion. Maybe I'll just sit out. I probably played the next expansion, but I, once again, probably won't raid. Think I'm pretty much done with WoW raiding in general. Unless Classic Plus happens. If Classic Plus ever happened, I would probably raid in that. There'd be new and exciting content. New and exciting, yes, but not the retail
You need something?
kind of stuff.
See you around. Safe travels. Hello. See you later.
And bugs.
Have a good one. See you around.
Is our second
Can I help you?
elixir of fortitude we need for the quest in Foralis in the future.
Safe travels.
Alright, let's send the Sultan's rings to Brand. I did forget to get everything out of the mail. I guess we'll do that at 40. Doesn't really. Completely forgot I had all this stuff also. We got time. 27 days left on it. Can't believe Rugen has found that blue belt twice now. Like, finding it once was amazing because it's such a high stat item. It's got a lot of stats on it. 10 int, 6 stam, 6 spirit, you know. Massive. But finding it twice, like, that's crazy.
Careful for the Alliance.
Lucky guy. Little Rugen. Big Khalifa. Okay, we're done here. Unless we want to go get the C4 and booster, but I think I'll leave that for now. We can go finish off Desolus. But I haven't been to Swamp Sorrows yet, so I think I'll leave that until after Sorrows. Few things to do out here. Have I been to the Badlands? No. Not. Where are we gonna go? There's so many options. I say we probably go to Swamp of Sorrows. Or I go to a Raffy. But see, if we go Swamp of Sorrows and then Desolus and then a Raffy, it's like a good continuation because you're handing quests. So Swamp of Sorrows might have to be the play. This sucks because I know I'm going to hit 40 there and I'm not going to want to leave until afterward. After I'm finished. When are we going Badlands? Could just do Badlands. Like, I'd prefer to have a mount in the Badlands, but might be the best zone to go to at the moment. Oh, and so I could hardly sing that. My voice was like, no. I don't feel like it. So at some point before putting the video up tonight, I need to go and tag it and make sure the thumbnail and everything good. So I only have a few hours more of stream, I'd say. It is a 26-minute video. But the last 10 minutes are me just talking about the death. It's basically like director's notes, you know? It's the extended cut. We've got about 16 minutes of video footage, and then I mean, we do get to the death relatively quickly. Because there wasn't that much content that was worth showing on Garland, because the plan was to do the content once I hit 44, and he died at 43. He fucked my plans completely. So, yeah. But it is what it is, isn't it? Sometimes your plans don't go to plan. Imagine. Do I need to go get the quest in Ironforge? Yes, I do. Well, I mean, it is 700 experience. Not that the 700 experience is really relevant, because we're a hunter and we're over-leveled. Probably at all times. Nice. Dwarf priest with a night saber. Always good to see. If my rogue gets to 60, I'm definitely giving myself the goal to get a night saber. Gonna be sick. a human rogue with a lightsaber.
What can I do for you?
I'm just gonna fly to Loch Madan and not worry about that 700 experience. Because we can still get the quest. Really isn't gonna change much. It's funny how like 20 years later there's still the debate on if Alliance or Horde zones and leveling is better. Everyone's got their own opinion. For me, Horde leveling like 30 plus is much better than Alliance leveling. The flight paths are more convenient. The travel time and all that is much better. There's so many more quests, especially in the hinterlands. You go there and you're there for like 2 levels on Horde. You're there for maybe not even 1 level on Alliance, honestly. But it's funny how 20 years on, there's still that debate. Like, people haven't just scientifically mapped it out yet. Maybe we should. Maybe there should be a competition. 2 equally skilled players on the same class, you know. Let's say like a rogue, because you can solo everything. Maybe a hunter, make it a little bit easier. So if you need to solo, start at level 1 in their respective area. So say an orc versus a human or an orc versus a dwarf would probably be the best, because those 2 areas are basically the same. And they level in the same amount of time every day, and then log out and see where they're at, you know. It would be hard, because how are you meant to find 2 equally skilled players? Especially of the same class. Dungeons can be done when they're relevant. Just to, you know, do them once and then keep going. I think that would be a fun experiment. Because I'm putting my money on the Horde being like 5 levels ahead at the end. Just because of convenience.
What's on your mind? What's your back?
I think the Alliance would have a fast start though. The Alliance would definitely be a faster starter, although the Barons is quite the zone, isn't it? You get a free level in RFC, and then you're doing the Barons for quite a bit of time, while the Alliance has to run around between like Red Ridge and Westfall and all that. Unless they just go Darkshore and blast it, because that can happen, but that's still a big travel. From the Eastern Kingdoms to Kalimdor is still a lot of travel time. So I feel like the Horde might even have the advantage to level 20. And the fact that Wailing Caverns is right there, and SFK is so close. That's what I mean, the convenience of Horde leveling is just so good compared to Alliance. All we have is the Dead Mines. Stockades is... I don't really consider it a dungeon. Like, if you've got all the quests, you can sometimes get a level if you're rested, but other than that, it's not that much experience. RFC is the same, but it's a lower level dungeon, so it does always give you a level. Some really good quests there as well. I don't know if I'd have a friend that could do that experiment with me. It would be fun.
You got my attention.
We like log in for the same amount of time every day, you know, and just level. Get stuff done. I think the best way of doing it would be to have a 5-man group ready to do the dungeons with those at the same point. So you'd probably need 10 people for the ultimate test of that. And they would also have to be equally skilled. So yeah, it's a big not really a science test that we can do that easily. But I would like to know. Are Horde and Alliance equal? I don't think so. I think it's very heavily weighted Horde, especially in the later times. But there's a lot of people out there that swear by the Alliance being much better. You know what makes Alliance much better? Raiding. But who cares about raiding in Hardcore, honestly? There's such a like small community of raiders for Hardcore. Leveling is part of the game. I did forget to get my buzzard wings out of the mail. Or the bank. Oh well. Marky not bad. Marky looking pretty bad right there. Shaman. Marky dead on the floor. That's pretty bad for Marky. Solid chest down the hole. Sometimes we get the pick before we have to jump in the hole, but there is a chest in there, so... You gotta weigh it up, you know. Do we want the chest? Probably.
Interest you on a pint?
What
Fresh
can I
on
do
a
for ya?
pint.
Off with you.
Now let's go do these first 2 quests first. If I saw Broken Tooth, I don't think I'd tame it. Maybe the chest is actually up. It'd be good if it's up on the cliff bit. I think it might be. Might be in the tent. Shadowbolt PTSD. Just one would jump in, so that's why I rapid fired. Ah, behind the team. Sneaky. E4M charge. Don't have an engineer. So not like super useful. I would still like some more wild vine because, you know, eventually we're going to need to make the circlet with Grocket. But there is also something Rugen can make with it. The wild lever. To get it is a little bit of a fuck around. Got to make some like turtle scale stuff and stuff like that, but you know, if we do it, we do it. All depends on how we're feeling at the moment, you know. Didn't wanna turn my camera, I guess. Lazy. How much money does Rugen need for his training at 40? A hunter's mark, mail, freeze and track is potential. Nice. We need about four gold something, which we already have, so that's good. Could be able to buy a mount and train everything that we need. Perfect. Plus you make a few gold from these. And then we can just save up some money for Lena and not Lena. Francie, Brand, those characters. Not Lena yet. Lena's probably going to get all of her money back from Baumer, hopefully. As long as Baumer doesn't die, imagine losing both of the free mount characters. That'd be a disaster. I have a good feeling about Rugen though. He already found us a blue, so, you know, I'm feeling an epic. Surely. As we get around level 40 mobs, start. The epic starts dropping, you know. Just one. Little staff of Jordan. It's to happen eventually, surely. Doesn't, but it would be nice. But considering we started the hunter with a blue drop basically immediately, it's a good sign. So I'm hoping it continues. Not to mention we can kill elites pretty easily on the hunter, so good chance. Although I'd say the same for the warlock, but the warlock got taken out by one non-elite dude. Which, yeah. Not the beast. Whoa. I guess we'll just, if we get the buzzard wings while we're out here killing. I also forgot my frost oil and gyro, I think. Might have them on. Oh, I have them. Okay, cool. But yeah, the buzzard wings we definitely forgot. So, if we end up getting them while we're doing the quest, good. If not, my bad. Generally depends on how well the gizzards go, but we have gotten 2 from 2 so far, so maybe we'll get lucky.
You got my attention. Be good. Off with you. Watch your back. Be good.
Doing
What's
that.
on your mind? See you soon. Safe travels.
Am doing that. It's a bit chilly today. It's making me yawn. Making me feel tired. Got the heater on, but it's just one of those days where it's like too cold. So it's, you know, you don't really feel the heater. What are these guys doing? They must see something ahead of them.
Speak, friend. Be safe. Strength. May your blades never dull.
What's up?
Here's all the other ogres coming back. And they waited for that reset and then they went in. There's also a mage doing it, so I'm not even sure what's going on there.
What you need.
There's a dead guy. Like a warrior. A dual wield warrior.
I got the best deals anywhere. Keep it real.
What you get for playing dual wield. Hey, a lot of people like dual wield leveling. I'm not one of them. I do not like missing every attack, I'm gonna be honest. Bad enough on the repel. Only reason rogue is one of my favorite classes is because it has precision. I think if it didn't have precision, I would not like it that much. Missing all over the place. I think that's why I hated rogue when I leveled it to 60 the first time in vanilla WoW, because I didn't play combat. Don't know why. Back then we experimented, you know, we wanted to try things. I was considering, because I spun the wheel to see what specs I would be playing on a lot of the classes. I did kind of consider just playing like Assassinate or sub, since I already leveled a combat rogue in hardcore, but it rolled combat, and then I was like, I mean, it's gonna be fun at least. It's always fun playing combat rogue, so I didn't mind it that much. But there was a moment where I was like, maybe I just pick out of these two. Have a buzzard. Big buzzard from across the room. Gives us an infected wound. Give Grim a heal. I mean, these trogs definitely do a bit of damage. Funny it's not counting the wings, because we've already actually completed the quest. If I went to the bank, I'd have 4 or 5 in there, you know. So when we pick them up right now, it's not actually counting it. Where's Murderlock? Still down there. Someone else here. Murderlock is now going into his hut. To his toilet. Porta potty. Honestly, Hunter is so much better than it was 20 years ago when I played it. Like, the amount of add-ons and stuff that you got for Hunter now. quite good. Thinking shaman. Man, Grim. Get free. You know, the taunt resisted, but the intimidation also resisted. Isn't great. Think that this can resist. Shoot that healing ward. I was gonna shoot that and then he got away as well. It's kind of lucky because that fire nova totem might have killed Grim actually. Should actually see if there's any pet training to do. We don't have any training points. That's the problem with pet training. Shit's expensive. I feel like at level 60 you can get everything, but pretty expensive stuff. Ugh. Gross, there's 3 people here, I'm leaving. You guys have fun. I'll be back later and I'll do another quest for now, fuck that. I ain't dealing with that, there's too many people. Saw the druid and I was like, alright, let's have a look. Might be okay. But then, yeah, the other 2, no. That's a waste of time, that is. Got 1 Endurium. We started. Good enough.
I got the best deals anywhere! Hurry back!
Let's go to the rocks. We'll almost level from just handing in our gyro and frost toy. I think we'll definitely level while killing the rocks. Hopefully there's less people at them, because that could also be a roadblock. Like I might just have to leave the Badlands. There's too many people. But we got plenty of options on Rugen. There's so many potential quest points that we can go to.
Can I help you?
That's a dead rock there that I see.
Alrighty
So,
then.
not a good start.
Seeing you. Off and away.
Last time we were here, there was a level 60 warlock
Off and away.
farming elemental earth. Hopefully it's actually someone who's, you know, here questing, not a level 60. These are immune to nature. Like, they're immune to nature, but I still press Serpent Sting to make sure. We definitely don't do as much DPS on this character as we were on the Mage. Yeah, Hunter's pretty steady damage, but a lot less than the Mage. Especially without serpents. Like it's a druid. Feral druid. Level 42. Fine. A bit high, but it's not like level 60, you know? Not just sitting here farming elemental earth, hopefully. Bang, bang. Oh. Oh. I am pretty comfortable right now, I must say. Like, I could go to bed. That kind of day. Your first stream back after 3 days off, you know, just doing work and other stuff, editing, all that. Just a relaxing day to play a hunter, isn't it? It's not the most fun class. There's gonna be moments where I'm just big chilling on this character. But that's part of Hunter. Wouldn't be that surprising. But we are almost level 4. 3,000 experience left. And I got 1 shard. 1 shard and only 1 of the other thing. Yeah, one shard, 1 shard. They're both shards. That's not great. Not a great start. You know, we'll just chill. Like I said, I don't mind like sharing this place with someone around the level of the quest. I think 42 is a bit high, but a lot of people in hardcore WoW play safe. It is what it is. Looking for 2 more for RFD after world buffs. PST if interested can invite after buff drop. Well, at least he said PST if interested. Instead of just being like, RFD, you come? After world buffs. Gonna be a safe RFD. Grim got hungry and was ready for that mob. Not 100% sure how the mobs will spawn because I wasn't here for a lot of them. Pick on the hunter, we could like kill the 44s, you know. 40. Like Elliot at 41. Went hard on them. You spawn. See, even Feral Druid doesn't look that good. I'm gonna be honest. I think Druid is just shit in Classic WoW. Like, it doesn't matter what speak you're playing, it's garbage. The healer doesn't have a magic to spell. The Feral isn't a rogue. Or even a warrior. At least warrior has some AoE.
May your generosity be returned to you 100-fold.
And Boomkin, well, it has its own issues, doesn't it? They got a lot of hybrid tanks, druids. You got a feel for them. But at least they have Market a while. I think that druid finished the quest, then he decided to buff me afterwards. Like, alright, we're not competition anymore, so you can have some buffs. How nice of him. We are about 4 mobs from level 40. Then we can get Big Red Pet. Speaking of leveling, Grim just hit 39. So Grim hits 39 and then I hit 40 a few mobs later. Perfect timing. The rest of the experience though, you know. Pull ahead a little bit because of that. Be the final mob. Level us. Big boy booty. Hit 60. I don't know what that means. Big boy booty, or his name is Big Boy Booty. Bestial Wrath. Super sick ability. Now we can make Grim do 50% additional damage for 18 seconds. He can't be feared or anything. The only way he can be stopped is if he dies. Becomes a grizzly bear. Definitely have some moments where we use that. Probably against, you know, like elites and stuff like that. We'll keep it just for whenever it's needed. It's only a 2-minute cooldown. But you never know when you get into a spot of bother. Little spot of bother. But now, probably start going down the marksman tree. Grab efficiency. The lethal shots and stuff like that. Also, our rested experience is already this whole level. It's like, oh, okay. So we somehow already got over half a level of quest experience done then, I guess. We did only start leveling today. That's a good surprise. Might not get to 41 today, but it'd be able to get like halfway through this level, perhaps. I don't really want to go back to Ironforge to buy a mount until I'm done with the Badlands. We'll just have to run around for the next little bit. That moment when your gun says you can use it, but the target's the perfect dead zone. Let's send Grim into a frenzy. Look at him. Oh, her. That puts our DPS up a lot, you know? Grim's pissed. We just need to start finding wands and ranged weapons that have stats on them, I think. There's a lot of weapons that we need to find stats for, but those are like the big ones. Old. Might need to go sit in the sun for a moment. Probably do that after stream at least. If the sun's still out, go sit in the living room, just sit on my couch and the sun just streams right in. It's so nice. Warms you right up. Two more. Still need one of the rock elemental shards, but they do drop from all of them, so it's not like super important. I look away for a moment and I have aggro. Heat. Rugen came in there like he was trying to chop down a tree. He's just like, nah, didn't work. Do 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 do. Barons me. Get social aggro. No. But I do want to kill it. Obviously. So even if we did get social aggro, I was gonna kill it anyway. Could have speed me up. You know, 20 more levels to do on the Hunter. I'm not really looking forward to them that much. I don't absolutely hate Hunter because we can do some hard content on it, but when you're just out doing quests like this, it is rather boring. But we've got to do some of these early quests because otherwise we'll just get a bit too far ahead of ourselves. I think the Hunter would be a good challenge or a good class to do the only do read quest challenge. Never do a yellow or a green quest, just only read. Yellow or a oh yeah, can't even say it again. Yellow or a green quest. Really, the Baron's music that does me in this zone though. Like, the Badlands I don't like in general, but the frickin' Baron's music playing in the background as well, it's like, oh. Blizzard, why? You made one of the worst zones in the game. Baron's music in the Badlands, that's crazy. That's a big red beard. Grim is a dinosaur. Huh? Speaking of dinosaurs, with my Dark Elf campaign, I have gone south. Usually they go north. Whenever I'm playing against Dark Elves, they go north. But I decided to go south because I wanted to cook the lizard meat. They're really hard to fight as Dark Elves though, I must say. I think their resilient hides just make their like infantry troops so much better than us. They don't wear any armor, so there's no armor piercing. It's like shit.
Hi, how are you? You have a great day now. Off and away.
But they've provided me some fun fights, so I don't mind. Now let's go up to the bigger ones. Get those out of the way. Kill a few on the way. Oh. Still a bit sore from moving, even though it was like a few weeks ago now. My neck has been a little bit sore from all the lifting and stuff still. Just on days where I'm not doing too much, like right now when I'm playing Hunter, you know, I'll realize. Didn't really feel it that much over the weekend. I was keeping myself relatively busy. But when you're just chilling, playing a chill class, a chill video game, it's like, yeah, I feel it. Two crits in rows. We've got to use intimidation. Make sure we don't get freaked. But yeah, when we return to town, when we return to Ironforge, we'll go get a ram. Finally, for the first time, have a ram in World of Warcraft. Gonna be cool. His DPS is good. Rim's critting. Good DPS, Grim. Keep it up. Doubt she will, but you know. Gotta give encouragement sometimes. Like a real pet, you know? You encourage them to do better. Like, why'd you bark at that person? You shouldn't do that. I went for a walk on Saturday afternoon and this lady walked past me with 2 dogs. They were very well behaved. They looked at me, I looked at them. Gave them a little nod. They didn't try to bark or anything. Always like dogs that, you know, don't just bark at people just because they're around. I really like dogs in general. Dogs are my favorite. We don't deserve them as humans, obviously. Stupid shit. Like the interbreeding and stuff of dogs to make pugs and stuff like that. Yeah, rubbish. But yeah, they're nice. I really would like a dog again in my life, but then I have to look after a dog. So it's a lot of responsibility. People here now, but I am done here, so that's good timing. But I think in the future sometime,
Alrighty then. You have a great day now. Be seeing you.
I might look at getting the dog again. When I have the means and desire to look after another being. Don't know what kind though, because there's a lot of dogs that I like. Had a German Shepherd when I was a teenager. What the hell? I've never seen this.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
Weird. I wonder if that happens after you hand in the buzzard wings. Wonder if these buzzards would drop stuff. Weird though. That's a thing I've never seen happen before. You're always discovering new things in World of Warcraft. Doesn't matter how long you've been playing it. But yeah, German Shepherds are nice, but I also like little dogs, not like little yappy dogs like Chihuahua. I don't like them. Too yappy for me. Huskies, but I feel like that would be a lot of work. They're cool though, they're looking nice. There's a lot of different dog breeds that I'd be like, I'd consider that. Maybe I should just go to a dog shelter and see if there's any cute dogs that stand out. Like, you know, look nice. Because as much as getting like a puppy and training it and all that is cool, I feel like it's nice to also give a dog that's been around a home, maybe gone through some shit, you know? It all seems like there's someone here farming. So many people. Like, and they're all 43 plus. It's crazy. Maybe I will go back to Ironforge to get my mount. I think if we get our coyote fangs, our buzzard gizzards, maybe do the scrap metal quest. That might also complete us buzzard wings. After that, I might go back to Ironforge. Get mount, training, all that stuff. Someone had a fight here. Target dummy down and everything. They also had a fight here. Quite a few dead people around today. Like there was an absolute war going on over the weekend. Glad I don't play over the weekend. I mean, I was locked in my absolute war, you know, playing Warhammer. I think on my Empire campaign, when I stopped playing, I might play it again in the future because it's still been really fun. I've enjoyed it throughout the whole journey. I'm at war with like 10 different factions when I stopped. Like the whole world has descended into chaos. But, I mean, the Emperor and Elspeth, I am able to confederate her even without her DLC, which is nice. Get to try her out before I buy. I don't know if I ever buy, but... nice to be able to play for free. It's like $14. They go into town on everyone. One point, Elspeth was just hanging down the south, just killing orcs for no reason. I just seen her there, and I'm like, alright, just kill orcs, and she was. Sometimes you just do things in a game like that just because you feel like it, and that was one of them. There's no reason for it, but I want to do it. Similar to why I play Classic WoW. There's no reason for it. But I want to. But I guess I should ask my friends that are playing hardcore with me on the friendship character if they want to do some hardcore WoW soon, because I guess the new retail patch is going to be coming out. And then they're going to be locked away doing that. So probably get as much done as we can before that. But I think right now I'm not actually going to play the new raid. Don't have the desire to like gear up and frog and all that right now. Like I could show up and just raid and be like, about it, but there's no point when you're not feeling something and doing it, right? If I ever woke up one day and I was like, I don't really want to play Classic WoW today, I probably just wouldn't. I either would stream something else or I wouldn't stream at all. Similar. I never do anything I don't want to do. Damn, 256 crit, that's pretty big. Not like a 700 crit that we get on the fireballs, but you know, pretty good. Definitely need a level 40 weapon as soon as possible. I'm not 100% sure when we'll get one of those. And let's kill some coyotes and buzzard while we wait for the respawns of the ogres. I will probably come back to the Badlands after getting the mount because I would like to finish this quest. But there's just too many people there today so far, so we'll be patient. It's not like it needs to happen right away. Need one more gizzard. We get a gizzard and a wing. That'd be pretty cool. But I will say, for those that like also might play Total War Warhammer, if you're ever thinking that playing a human campaign would be boring because it's a game full of like demons and orcs and elves and crazy shit, that Emperor Colfrane's campaign was so rewarding. Uniting the whole empire and everything felt very rewarding when it happened. I was like, holy shit, it's finally done. From the start of the game, it's so frantic. My main objective was survive. And I restarted that campaign like 3 times before I got there. So I'd start and then I'd be like, alright, I see something I could do better. And then I restarted because I feel like if you don't restart at that point, you're probably gonna fail. I got to about 240 and restarted once because I had confederated Elspeth too early. Which seemed like a good thing to do at first, but because I don't own her DLC, if you confederate her when she's too low level, the items she gains while she's leveling don't actually show up. Like, you don't get them. Which is a bit shit. The pet is me. Must be a dead hunter. Yeah, it was good. Hoping my Marathi campaign is as fun. So far, been alright. I'm not 100% sure what to be doing on it. But just started, so been alright. He is very strong though. It's interesting being like a strong melee and spellcaster. The old sorceress hag. That's what she calls herself. Not my words. Buzzard there, but it's like there's some invisible guys down that way, so I don't really want to deal with it. Yo, any ogre respawns? Did we get here too fast? We got here about perfect time then for them to start respawn. Alright, Grim. Time to go big. Rapid fire and everything. Don't have any mana. Grim, get off that box. How are you going to tank if you're on a box? Went up on the box and got stuck. I don't even know if she can get off. I might need to resummon. It's kind of funny. Go over here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to resummon. She's completely cooked. But we'll do it without Dismiss because Dismiss makes her hungry. You found the box of not being able to get off it. So I guess if you pulled a mob over that box, it would also get stuck, just in case anyone needs like a reset spot. We just discovered that. Season of Discovery? I don't think so. There's always discoveries to be made. Every single day is a season of discovery. I've discovered two things. The buzzards. And in that. After I hand in this barbecue buzzard wing quest, I want to stand around for a little bit and see if they spawn. I'm interested in it now. One more gizzard. Whoa. So I think the next few days of leveling the hunter aren't gonna be that fun. Just because we have to go through these low level zones. But once we get back to STV and stuff like that, it should be a little bit more. I'll go for this chest. You never know, it might have an epic in it. Fucking grizzly bear just runs in there. Some good damage. When Grim is enraged and actually gets crits, That's pretty good damage. Citrine, I need those. Worth. A bag is a little bit. Oh yeah, because of the gyro. Like, these items are not right. Coyote Fangs have been kind of bad drop rate on the medley characters, I will say. Like, we've had luck in a lot of areas, you know, we've found 16 blues now. As of today, the blue counter went up 1. And their 16th today. Even though it was a duplicate, it's still very useful. But these Coyote Fangs, I feel like they were always super easy to get. But during the medley, they've been rough. Like, sometimes it just feels like they don't exist. Yeah, back there. Probably the giant. I appreciate the warning. Because that giant being there would be kind of terrible. Because I'm going to go over there to hand in the quest. Unless he means Zeracotl, but I don't think Zeracotl flies around the zone, so... I doubt.
Safe travels.
Be funny, wouldn't it? I see any giants. Maybe we can become Rugen, Giant's Bane. I don't see any. It does come up to this part, if I remember correctly. Don't have any bank space. Another reason I need to go over there. There he is. So I do need to go over there and use the vendor, but that guy is heading over there. So we're gonna have to wait. Feed Grim something. Hungry. We'll just keep killing coyotes. Getting towards the halfway point of this level. Yeah, go get our mount soon. But we still haven't finished, you know, Murderlock and Endorium Flakes. There's still quite a bit to do in the Badlands. I think I'll get this quest done. And then we'll head out and get a mount. Stuff like that. Need one buzzard gizzard to drop. I will say, after playing Fire Mage for a bit, this is much less exciting. Any buzzards? Maybe I'll go check the buzzard over there, but that's far. I'll go check the trogs again, see if there's people. If there's no people, then I'll stay, but if not, I'm going to go get my mount after I get this buzzard item. I don't know if I'll come back and there'll still be people, but hoping not. There's the gizzard. From his Mage. Sit up in my chair. Pay attention. But trogs might be decently free right now. I don't have any inventory space, but we do have some food that I can throw on the floor. I mean, at Grim. Grim's a good disposable unit, you know? If you ever need to get rid of something in your inventory, just give it to the bear. That's the good thing about having a bear as a pet. Wait, you gonna eat it? I wish they could eat items. Like, you know, give them a weapon, stuff like that. Like, if I called my bear Gale, would it be able to eat my items? I hope so. I love how people got so upset about Gale wanting to eat 3 of their magical items in Baldur's Gate. Like, it's not even that big of a deal, you know? I don't really want to group for it. Maybe he's only doing the shit part and not injured. I mean, Endurium is the shit part. But also it's a big fucking warrior, isn't it? I might as well get a little carry while I'm there. Rind. You can give the warrior the fiery weapon whirlwind axe, but can't make them stop rinding. I think he might need Murderlock. What are you doing, Grim? Going there. Grim didn't feel like it. See? Wand of the Falcon. I'm glad I won that. But like I said, I need some items with stats on them. There's a wand with stats on it. Ringed. Not really a ability that you want to use at that level 1 warrior, but you know, be using it. But he's also got fiery weapon on his whirlwind axe. That's what makes it actually a little bit more funny. For me at least. Like ringed isn't the waste of an ability, priest. But having the fiery on the whirlwind axe and then actually using that waste of an ability is like, So is he knowledgeable about warrior or not? Because that's like, you hit level 40 in hardcore, but still, Maybe he's playing a ring challenge. He's only allowed to ring. But this is like a minor thing, you know? Like sure, it doesn't do that much damage for the amount of rage that it costs. To be fair, it is only team rage. It's still better than using heroic strike. Because that's just deleting your rage for a little bit extra damage. But they're like little minor warrior things. Doesn't really affect me in any way, I just don't... I didn't see any Sunders being used. And that's definitely gonna slow his DPS down for him. But I'm not gonna tell him to play different. His video game. But hey, we did find a wand. His agility intellect, it's not like super amazing, but it's also not a shadow wand. I would love a shadow wand. I'm probably going to send this one to Grocket because it's fire. But I'd love to find a shadow wand for Alia. She would also gain damage on her wand from shadow increase that we have with talent, similar to Grocket. That's the first wand with stacks on it that we found in the medley. And I was talking about it earlier today, so convenient. Honestly, Rogan already has been quite good. Because we were struggling to have drops within the last little bit. Like, no blues since Lena until today. We weren't really getting great green drops. So, Rugen's been doing great. Resisted Feign Death. See the little resisted up top. Sometimes hard to notice, but... we leave this place with about 100 gold. Good, because I do need a train and biomount. Now that's interesting. Get rid of the wood. Level 38 sword. 1.9 speed is not bad for an offhand. Guess I'll send it to Lena. I mean, it's also pretty good for Rugen. Because we do have a dagger with attack power. That would give us 30 attack power overall, but, you know, my rogue is... We're going to be going back sword speed when we play the rogue next. Mace spec was fun for a few levels while I had the good maces, but I think we're going to have pretty good swords next time we play it, especially if we get Phantom Blade. Like, I want to be able to equip that immediately. Someone called Timbo Slice just hit level 60. Now, there's a person called Timbo Slice that I have played World of Warcraft with. I don't know if it's the same one. But, you know, kind of funny. Like, he was the leader of a guild I was in for a little bit. He was also a pretty cool guy. So I didn't join his guild immediately. We were just talking about it, you know, doing a little bit of flirting, stuff like that when you join the guild. It's like a little bit of that. Before I joined, he was like, I'll get you a scabbard of Keranos. That was the really good, amazing trinket for, like, melee. If you join the guild, and I'm like, that's very tempting. So I ended up joining this guild. Got a scabbard for free. I was like, hell yeah. Now the boss is there. Everyone keeps being here. I've seen this guy 3 times today and it's always in this place. Gonna have to wait on his ass. I'll just walk. But yeah, I ended up joining his guild and I didn't actually stay there for that long. Oh, the wayward buzzards are there as well again. But it was fun for a moment. Had some good times. Satellite, because I'll really use the shield on Francie. Seemed only 1 stack of solids.
I have a deal for you. Have a good one. Be good. Keep it real.
Cook up that buzzards right in front of these buzzards.
Go forth to victory.
So I don't think we'll be able to see if they spawn because of this buzzard quest, because they're already here. And it's just a bit broken right now, you know, chilling out.
Magraw, for the horde.
But anyway, moving on. Get Selechi. I wanted to stun the mob and run away, but it hit me right as I was going to. But we're still faster than it with Cheetah, I think. It ain't no cheetah. I don't know what this is. A leopard? Be a cheetah. Can't remember. I have to look it up every time. Spec there, I gotta go again. I have to look what animal is. Like, obviously I know what a tiger and a lion looks like, but cheetah and leopards is like one striped, one spotted, right? But I never remember. Tiger and a lion are very distinct. See them and you're like, that's what that is. Leopard and cheetah is always something that I'm like, what? I actually saw, there was a video posted on Reddit that I saw yesterday. And it was like a tiger cub crawling out of its little enclosure bit. And then the mother tiger came walking out the door and it was like, holy, look at that. That's a beast. Some male shoulders of the bear. Not bad. We can send them to the characters. See if they're any good. I think Francie has some plate shoulders that we're going to be equipping immediately, but them to Baumer. Yeah, Rogan's been pretty lucky today. Drops. Surely that coyote isn't fast enough. I could outrun a coyote. I don't know if I could, but they're pretty fast. Oh, got to mute my mic. Couldn't do it. I think after I go and buy mountain training and stuff like that, I might end for the day. Because the next zones we have Swamp Sorrows and Desolus, and I don't really want to do them on the same day I did Badlands. So I'll leave those until tomorrow, but also like I need to stop a little bit earlier or on time at least today because like I said, I need to go through the video for tonight. There will be a video tonight. It's been a few weeks. Obviously I was moving, but there will indeed be one video out tonight and it will be an important one. And I bet, even though the last one only got 30 views, I bet this one gets 1,000 because there's a fucking dead character on the cover.
What can I get for you today?
And if that happens, I swear, be like, you guys are so hungry for deaths. Just forget that there's a whole other game. You need to chill out.
Off with you.
Because even though that priest video did pretty good with the people that watched it, you know, it got more likes in the free videos prior to it, and those videos got way more views. The viewership is down a lot. So if this video I put out tonight gets lots because there's a fucking dead character, I swear to God. I'm just gonna kill them all. Here you go, here's the content you want, have fun. That will make my life easier. You want dead characters? Here you go. Nah, I wouldn't do that. I am having a good time playing through the medley. But I'm sure it will also get people commenting saying, you did this badly, you didn't have a house stone, you shit. Skill issue. And we'd be like, yeah to all of that. I literally do an analysis during the video. If you watched more than just the death, you would understand that. Thanks for the input. But I mean, when I died on my shaman, I didn't have people coming and telling me what I did poorly, because I literally went and fought Death Clasp, you know. There were things I did poorly, yeah, but people didn't care. Like,
Off with you.
I wanted to die,
Good.
didn't
Off with you.
On Garland, I didn't actually want to die. It just happened. Alright, send this to Lena. Send that to Francie first, just to make sure. That to Rocket. Gotta send these to Francie. That to Rocket. Good.
How are you?
Racist Mage just hit level 60. Well, wasn't that racist if he actually managed to get it to 60 though. Someone would have reported his ass if he was actually...
Here. Watch your back.
Alright, let's head back to Ironforge. Go train first. We should be able to afford both. And we only need 34,000 experience. I think, honestly, if I wanted to, I could get that done today, but as I said, I don't really want to do Badlands and Swamp Sorrows and Desolus in the same day, so we'll leave it. We got the rest of the week. I feel like we should be able to go for 44. Like, I think tomorrow we hit 42. We'll still have this level fully rested and probably a little bit into the next level, right? Like 10 bars, I would say. What I'm gonna estimate. But it's been a good day back on the Hunter because we have been pretty lucky. And I will always take being pretty lucky. Forgot to send this to Frank. Don't think anyone else needs Citron. As far as I know. Let's go pick up that cooking quest.
What can I do for you? Safe travels.
Now the hunter trainer is this way. I think I will head down to Stormwind before I log out though to pick up the few quests for Swamp Sorrows. And then maybe even go log out in Duskwood. They'll put us right where we need to be. What the hell? There's a... See, I've never been on Alliance while doing the Anchorage thing, so I didn't even know there was a Horde guy here. That's crazy.
What's on your mind?
I'm learning so much. Alright, we don't need Aspected Pack because we're never in a group. We need Mail, Hunter's Mark. Worth getting a new Reptar Strike because it does do a lot of damage when we need to. Freezing Trap. And that should be
See you
it.
soon.
Is there any pet
What's on your
training?
mind?
Quite a bit. New Growl is pretty. Be able to get all this without coming into amount money.
Watch your back.
Not sure if we'll be able to train it all because it's quite hard. Alright, now that we've learned Mail, we can equip these Captain's Braces of the Monkey. Throw our Barbaric Braces. Because they're less agility. Literally the only reason.
How are you?
Buy some more ammo. Keep using solid. It's pretty solid, isn't it? And it's much cheaper. What I did do.
See you soon.
Yeah. Feeding that to Francie. How much bank space do we have? Is it enough to get all that shit?
Interest you on a pint?
Not really. Got too much food stuff in our bank right now.
Very good.
Once we go down to Tanaris and actually deal with that quest, when we're also farming those things, we should be good there, but for now, a little bit terrible.
No.
Not a bad level 15 Fire Mage item, is it? We've got a Howden offhand with just like spirit and fire damage. If I got that at 15, it'd be crazy. Heading off to get our mount. I gotta go to Embersteel Ranch, if I remember correctly. Rugen will be our 1, 2, 3, 4th character with a mount. Crazy, we've only got 4 characters with a mount. Francie is 41, Lena's 43, they don't have mounts. Francie's only a little bit off, she'll definitely get it. Because Rugen is before her and we'll definitely get her 5 gold. She's pretty close. Lena, however, That's going to require a little bit of work. Because I sent 65 gold to Elia. And we lost Garland, so that was like only 15 gold at that point. But it could have been, you know, 30 gold or so overall. We still had another level to go. Thankfully though, he didn't have to buy a mount. Honestly, if I'm gonna lose characters, I'd rather lose the ones that I haven't spent the much money on. So like profession characters and the free mount characters. Or like profession characters and the mount characters that I have to actually buy are the ones that I'd like to keep around, because that's a bit of an investment, you know, when you give them 90 gold and if they died after that, it'd be terrible. Probably bound to happen at some point. But Garland going first is kind of like a little less of a sting in that regard. Okay. Which ram are we gonna get?
What's on your mind?
Rain. We'll check them out. We've got the grey ram. It's alright. We've got the brown ram. Once again, it's alright. We've got the white ram. Honestly, I'm not that... like, I'm not that interested in any of them. I think I just roll free and then take whichever one comes up. I'd say I like the grey ram a bit more, but they're all pretty much the same for me. So grey ram 1, brown ram 2, white ram 3. Let's see. I rolled 1. I rolled 1. Which, the grey ram is probably the one that I was most drawn to, so I guess the universe was all most drawn to it. Notice that this window is actually like out. We've came. Alright, grey ram it is.
Great to meet you.
No, grey. Not grey.
Off with you.
I'm happy with that though. Like I said, it was the one that was speaking to me the most. So I will take it. Alright, Rugen. Gonna mount up, buddy. Nice. Heck yeah. Then someone messaged me, looking for DPS eSIM library to camp. Okay. Alright then. Good luck. Alright, this is my first ram of classic World of Warcraft. The Hardcore Medley has a lot of personal firsts, you know. First ram, first warlock mount, first time leveling various characters, first shadow priest, first fire mage, all that stuff. First Brokenkin. Although I did that in Season of Discovery, so maybe not. Never leveled at 60 though. My season of Discovery boom can only made it to about 34 and then I stopped. And then Blizzard announced that, you know, the Scarlet Enclave was the final content patch, which I'm not surprised by. And then a lot of people stopped, so... yeah. It was a bit of a pipe dream to try and get content done in Sword. But now, let's go to Stormwind and pick up these quests, because I'll probably start tomorrow with Swamp Sorrows. Get through Swamp Sorrows, get through what we have left in Desolus. Maybe be approaching 42 at that point, depending on like how far we get with Rested Experience. And then I guess we'll head back down to, well, we haven't done a Raffi either, so we're gonna have to do a Raffi, like the final parts of it. There's quite a lot to do still. We'll definitely hit 42 before we head back down to Strangleform Vale, so we should be able to do everything there when we do.
Great to meet you.
But I'd say at 43, 44-ish, we're probably going to start grinding Snake Ladies and men in Foralis to try and get those black pearls, because they are going to be very important to get for weapon smithing. And then after that, we're going to go after the Breath of the Wind. We need 6 of them for Phantom Blade. So Rugen's going to be doing a lot of stuff for the team once more. He always is. Rugen is one of the best team players that we have. Just because there's a hunter, you can get away with doing a lot. We ever lost Rugen? Oof. Not only would I lose Lever working, which is very good, but also I'd lose a great team player. But we'll also have to see about doing, you know, King Bangalash and stuff like that, because Garland wasn't able to. So I guess Rugen can be the first character to do that. Man. So there was an event that happened over the weekend that probably everyone knows about. The CEO having his affair. How crazy is it that that united everyone, right? Like, all he had to do to make that not unite the entire world and ruin his life, which he deserves, honestly, because if you're gonna be adulterous, you deserve to have your life ruined. Just go and put it out there. But if he had just acted normal, and they had just acted normal, nothing would have happened. No one would have even noticed. That's the crazy thing about it. But because of the overreaction, it's like, oh, something's happening there. He got fired from his job and everything, apparently, so, yeah. That's pretty crazy though, that spread across the whole internet and united everyone. Everyone's making memes about it. Everyone's been like, you know, there's been other kiss cams that have had people reenact it as various characters and stuff like that. It's crazy how quickly something happens these days, isn't it? I kind of forgot about it after yesterday, but I bring it up now that someone posted a meme about it on one of the Discords I'm in. Okay, we've got to go get Mazin's Behest and in search of the temple. I think we can also get supplies to Nevergard already. For 40? Yeah. Can also grab another quest here. Gives us another 900 experience for that. Pretty good. Defias guard. Why are you guarding the Defias? That's silly. Like the guy that was called Defias Plagger. Like, huh?
How are ya? What's
I
your
never
back?
pick up the leading quest, brother Anton. Like 300 experience. It's like a mob kill, right? But it just doesn't feel worth it because you got to go downstairs in the cathedral. It's... Why? So hopefully tomorrow when we start questing in Swamp Sorrows, there's like no people there. And just get in and out. I might actually use track humanoids in Swamp Sorrows rather than track treasure because of the Zonard explorers and stuff like that. Avoid them as best we can, then yeah. Someone just wrote in chat, taking any and all handouts. Level 16 warrior. Are you a big streamer? Like, oh yeah, we gotta get a quest in here anyway. You don't really need to ask for handouts if you're a big streamer though, they just come to you. I always hate when there's someone starting a new game and they're like, I don't want anything, you know? Like some of the Destiny players started Warframe and they were like, I don't want any handouts and stuff, but there were still people trying to send them shit.
What can I do for you? Light bless you.
Some streamers are shameless and want handouts, but there's some of them that are just like actually genuinely want to experience the game. That's how I play video games. I want to experience it how it is. I don't want everything handed to me. So even if I was massive, I wouldn't accept them. Be like, no, go away. Troll Blade. Be sick. I really want that. And in perfect timing, a bot comes in and tries to sell Twitch viewers.
How are you?
Right when I say
Safe
massive
travels.
streamer.
Hey there. See you later.
That is just the perfect timing, that is. Sadly for the bot, he wasn't able to get through the safeguards I have. 07. How many toes? I think night elves have 5 toes. I'm not sure, I've never really looked at night elf feet, gonna be honest. I've seen Salatath's toes enough to like know how many she has. She has a toe ring and everything. Like, they put some time into those feet and then they just keep showing them off. Someone at Blizzard has a fucking foot fetish. But anyway, we'll fly over to Duskwood and then I'm gonna log out for the day. a pretty good day of leveling. Guy's got a lot of blues. Buy them though because they're all so varied level. We got almost, I would say overall we got 2 levels because the mage started about here, you know. And then we got a level on the hunter and we're just 3 bars short of getting back there, so 2 levels overall. Fully rested because weekend and new character. Yeah, tomorrow I'd say we should be able to get to 42 relatively quickly. I don't currently have a character that's 42. I love how Fran's still like 36. She seems so far behind, you know. But it's just because she has 12 levels to do this league. It was going to be 13 till Garland died. Garland sacrificed himself, so I only have to level Fran for 12 levels. But I wouldn't be surprised if in those 12 levels that Fran somehow dies. Like, Druid is not that good, but I at least want to get it to 40. Get to 40. Try out Boomkin form. All that good stuff, you know. Okay. Ending this quest. I'm not going to pick up the next quest because it's timed.
For the Alliance.
Like a 2-hour quest.
Light bless you.
So we'll just leave that. But it is where I'll leave it today. Thanks for joining me. Hope you all have a great night or day depending on where you are in the world. We are about halfway through this league in a medley, I would say. Now we've got 4 characters left. We've done 4 characters, even though one of them died. Maybe not halfway though, because Fran needs a lot. I think when we start Fran, we're probably halfway through this league. Ugh. So Rugen to 46, Francie to 47, Fran to 48, and then Bauman to 49. This is the biggest one that we have to make sure actually lives. We can get Phantom Blade on our rogue for the next league, and I would love to have it. Like, that's gonna increase our fun and DPS by quite a bit. I need to see if my friends want to play these characters at some point, because he's just big chillin'. Want to have more fun, you know? But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow if everything is, you know, fine. If life is as it is. No cataclysms. And there will be a video out in just over 3 hours. Garland's video. So please look forward to it. And I'll see you guys when I see you next. Later.